Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them, from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, and remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2. Set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3. Seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, Asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4. Control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions, rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5. Communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6. Understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7. Practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or, "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15, maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16, use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17, practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18, educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. A T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, if a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, you appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespects your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish, bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships.
In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself, regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. the power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. Whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson: true confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am, and that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good or paying attention to obvious qualities, but I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book, or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth. And that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself, so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy, it's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say, it's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful. So by the end, you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money, but after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now, I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time, I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account, just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now, I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me.
13. Money is a tool, not the goal.
For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time, I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time I thought all investments were the same, either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset, and one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule. But over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan, whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer. I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, Start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me. A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small. Choose something without asking for their input. Then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you, just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. "I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship." Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often, because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. "I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now." Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. "I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better." A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them. A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of, and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know, "I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded." Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation." Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it? And what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together.
Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead, I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 94.2. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't? They're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. The way we express ourselves and how others perceive it are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words. It's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, did I say something that upset you? Or, how did that come across to you? This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, it can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. But I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better. But I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle, it was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control. Doing my best work with integrity, I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice. It was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, people I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. "Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose." It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. Offenantes averterfeven. Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turn to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed, not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.
Have you ever found yourself at a crossroads, torn between holding on to a relationship because it's familiar and letting go because you know it's stifling your growth? It's a hard realization, but sometimes the people closest to us, the ones we've shared laughter, tears, and countless memories with, aren't meant to be part of our journey forever. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a guiding light. The Stoics, with their timeless insights into human nature and the quest for a fulfilling life, teach us that true personal growth often involves making difficult decisions about who we keep in our lives. In this video, we'll uncover 15 signs that indicate it might be time to end a relationship, even if it involves family or friends. This isn't about cutting people out with cold indifference. It's about intentionally curating our lives to include relationships that uplift, inspire, and challenge us to be our best selves. If you're feeling the weight of this decision and the uncertainty it brings, you're not alone. Join me as we delve into Stoic wisdom to find the courage and clarity needed to make these crucial choices, ultimately leading to a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Number 1. Lack of trust. Trust is the bedrock of any healthy relationship. Without it, the foundation upon which your connection stands becomes unstable, leading to constant stress and insecurity. The Stoics, valuing honesty and integrity above all, would argue that a relationship devoid of trust is misaligned with these virtues. Imagine constantly doubting the words and actions of someone close to you. This perpetual uncertainty erodes your peace of mind, something the Stoics cherished deeply. Trust is not just about believing that someone won't betray you, but also about knowing that they respect and value you enough to be truthful. When trust is repeatedly broken, it signals a fundamental flaw that cannot be ignored. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much effort you put in, it never holds. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our responses and decisions. Therefore, if you find yourself in a relationship where trust is consistently undermined, it's wise to consider stepping back. Preserve your dignity and seek connections that foster mutual respect and honesty. Remember, a life aligned with Stoic principles is one where your peace and integrity are not sacrificed for uncertain loyalties. Number 2, toxic patterns. Repeated harmful behaviors create toxic patterns that can subtly poison a relationship over time. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-improvement and resilience, teaches us to recognize and address such patterns with clarity and courage. Imagine being in a relationship where negative behaviors, be it manipulation, dishonesty, or disrespect, become the norm. These behaviors erode the trust and respect that are crucial for any meaningful connection. The Stoics believed in the importance of living a life of virtue and integrity. Persisting in a relationship mired in toxicity contradicts these ideals. It's like tending to a garden overrun by weeds. Without intervention, the weeds will eventually choke out all the good plants. Recognize the signs of toxic patterns and assess whether efforts to change have been effective. If these patterns persist despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Stoicism teaches us to make rational, objective decisions for our well-being. Ending a toxic relationship is not an act of defeat, but a step towards preserving your mental and emotional health. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and prioritize relationships that reflect the virtues of respect, honesty, and mutual growth. Number 3, emotional drain. Relationships should be a source of energy and support, not a constant drain on your emotions. According to Stoic principles, maintaining emotional equilibrium is crucial for living a fulfilling life. If you find yourself consistently exhausted or burdened by a relationship, it's a clear sign that the connection is unhealthy. Picture carrying a heavy load that never seems to lighten, no matter how much effort you put into it. This is what an emotionally draining relationship feels like. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what truly enriches our lives and to let go of what does not. If a relationship leaves you feeling depleted rather than invigorated, it's time to reevaluate its place in your life. Emotional drain disrupts your inner peace and hinders your ability to engage fully with the world. It's not selfish to seek out relationships that energize and uplift you. In fact, it's a wise and necessary step towards living a life aligned with Stoic virtues. Surround yourself with people who contribute positively to your well-being, and do not be afraid to distance yourself from those who do not. Remember, your emotional health is paramount, and preserving it is a reflection of your commitment to Stoic principles. Number 4, manipulation and control. Healthy relationships are founded on mutual respect and autonomy. When manipulation and control enter the equation, they erode these foundations, leading to an imbalanced and unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-mastery and living in accordance with our values. Imagine being in a relationship where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are constantly influenced or dictated by someone else. This undermines your autonomy and distorts your sense of self. Epictetus famously said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." Being subject to manipulation or control strips you of this freedom, which is essential for a virtuous life. It's crucial to recognize these signs and take steps to reclaim your autonomy. This doesn't mean acting with cold indifference, but making intentional choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Relationships should empower you, not constrain you. If you find yourself feeling manipulated or controlled, it's a clear signal that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic ideals. Seek connections that respect your independence and encourage your growth. By doing so, you honor your worth and live more authentically according to Stoic principles. Number 5, illusions versus reality. Stoicism at its heart is about acceptance, embracing the reality of our lives and relationships as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Holding on to illusions in a relationship can feel comforting, but it ultimately detracts from genuine connection and growth. Imagine viewing your relationship through rose-colored glasses, ignoring red flags and glossing over issues. This creates a distorted perception that prevents you from addressing real problems. The Stoics valued clarity and truth, teaching that strength and freedom come from seeing things as they are. Engaging with the truth allows for authentic relationships built on mutual understanding and respect. If you find yourself clinging to a fantasy rather than facing the reality of your relationship, it's time to reassess. This process requires courage and honesty, but leads to more meaningful connections. By embracing reality, you open the door to genuine growth and emotional freedom. The Stoic way encourages us to navigate our relationships with wisdom and discernment, seeking authenticity over illusion. Let go of fantasies that detract from your well-being and strive for relationships rooted in truth and clarity. This alignment with reality fosters deeper, more fulfilling connections and a life of integrity. Number 6, lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity is key to the health and longevity of any relationship. It ensures a balance of give and take, where both parties contribute equally. When this balance is off, the relationship becomes fundamentally unsustainable. Picture constantly pouring your energy into a relationship, receiving little to nothing in return. This dynamic leads to feelings of resentment and exhaustion for the giver, while fostering dependency or entitlement in the receiver. The Stoics emphasized mutual support and harmony in relationships. For them, contributing to others' well-being should not come at the expense of one's own. If you find yourself in a one-sided relationship, it's essential to address this imbalance. Begin with open communication, expressing your needs and setting clear boundaries. Encourage the other person to contribute more, both materially and emotionally. Healthy relationships require effort from both sides. Stoicism teaches us to respect ourselves and others, striving for balance and mutual respect. If efforts to restore reciprocity fail, it may be necessary to reconsider the relationship's place in your life. Prioritizing reciprocal relationships is not selfish, it's essential for your well-being. Seek connections where mutual support is the norm, fostering trust and deeper connections. Number 7, failed communication. Effective communication is the lifeblood of any thriving relationship. It allows us to express our needs, share our thoughts, and connect on a meaningful level. Without it, relationships flounder in misunderstandings and frustration. When communication breaks down, it's often a sign of deeper issues. The Stoics valued clarity and reason, encouraging us to approach problems with a clear head and a willing heart. If you find yourself in a relationship where attempts to talk things out lead nowhere, it's a red flag. Failed communication can stem from various causes: lack of trust, unresolved resentments, or differing communication styles. Addressing these issues requires patience and persistence. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is invaluable here. Examine your role in the communication breakdown and strive for honesty and empathy. Create a safe space where both parties feel heard and valued. Listen actively, seek to understand, and respond with wisdom. If communication efforts consistently fail despite your best efforts, it may be time to reassess the relationship. Effective communication is essential for any healthy connection. Prioritize relationships where open, honest dialogue is possible, fostering deeper understanding and connection. Number 8, personal growth. Relationships should support and encourage your personal growth, not hinder it. Stoicism places great value on self-improvement and resilience, teaching us to cultivate environments that foster these qualities. Imagine being in a relationship where you feel stagnant, unable to pursue your goals or evolve. This is a clear indication that the relationship is holding you back. Seneca believed that to live a fulfilling life, we must constantly evolve, learn, and push our boundaries. If your relationship prevents you from doing so, it's a red flag. It's not that every relationship must challenge you to the utmost, but it should at least support your aspirations. Relationships should be like a fertile soil where you can grow, not barren land that stifles your potential. Take time to reflect on why you are holding on to a relationship that doesn't allow you to flourish. Is it out of habit, fear, or misplaced loyalty? Stoicism teaches us to live with intention, choosing connections that uplift and inspire us. If a relationship is inhibiting your growth, it's wise to consider its place in your life. Seek relationships that encourage your development and align with your highest virtues. Number 9, abuse. Abuse in any form is a definitive sign that a relationship must end. Stoicism, with its deep respect for human dignity and self-worth, condemns any behavior that violates these principles. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, verbal, or psychological, destroys the trust and safety that relationships should be built upon. Imagine constantly living in fear, your self-esteem eroded by someone who should be a source of support. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and to maintain our dignity and self-respect. Being in an abusive relationship is antithetical to these values. It's crucial to seek help and take steps to exit such situations. This is not a sign of weakness, but of immense strength and self-respect. The Stoics believed in facing challenges with courage and resilience. Exiting an abusive relationship is one of the most challenging yet necessary steps to reclaiming your life and dignity. Seek support from friends, family, or professional services. Healing from abuse is a Stoic journey, reasserting control over your life, reaffirming your values, and rebuilding with integrity. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Prioritize your safety and dignity, and do not hesitate to leave any relationship that compromises these. Number 10, disturbed peace. Relationships that consistently disrupt your inner peace are not worth maintaining. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate tranquility and maintain our equanimity in the face of life's challenges. Imagine a relationship that feels more like a storm than a shelter, constantly disturbing your mental and emotional calm. This is a clear sign that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic principles. Peace of mind is a precious asset, essential for living a good life. The Stoics believed in living harmoniously with nature, including our own nature. If a relationship pulls you away from peace and causes constant unrest, it's wise to step back and reassess. Ask yourself why this relationship disturbs your peace. Is it the other person's behavior, unresolved conflicts, or your own reactions and expectations? Address these issues through honest communication and setting boundaries. However, if the turmoil persists despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Ending a relationship that disrupts your peace is not a sign of failure, but of wisdom. Seek relationships that support your tranquility and well-being. In doing so, you honor your journey towards a life of peace, purpose, and profound fulfillment. Number 11, incompatibility of goals. Over time, people can grow in different directions. If your long-term goals and values are fundamentally incompatible with those of the other person, it can lead to ongoing conflict and dissatisfaction. Stoicism encourages living in harmony with your true nature and goals. Imagine being in a relationship where your aspirations are constantly at odds with those of your partner. This misalignment creates friction and prevents both individuals from fully pursuing their paths. The Stoics valued clarity and self-awareness, teaching us to recognize when a relationship hinders our growth and fulfillment. If your goals and values diverge significantly from those of the other person, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. This doesn't mean that every minor difference spells doom, but fundamental incompatibilities can create insurmountable challenges. It's essential to have a heart-to-heart conversation about your respective goals and see if there is a way to align them. If not, it might be time to consider parting ways. Pursuing a life aligned with your true nature is a Stoic ideal, and relationships should support, not obstruct, this journey. Seek connections that align with your values and goals, fostering mutual growth and fulfillment. Number 12, compromising values. Compromising your core values for the sake of a relationship is a price too high to pay. Stoicism teaches us to live with integrity and to stay true to our principles, as these values define who we are. Imagine being in a relationship that constantly asks you to act against your beliefs and moral compass. Over time, this erodes your sense of self and leads to inner conflict. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with one's values is essential for a meaningful life. Betraying these values for the sake of a relationship compromises your integrity and self-respect. It's like building a house on unstable ground. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether a relationship asks you to compromise your values. Are you acting in ways that contradict your beliefs? If so, it's a clear sign that the relationship is unhealthy. This doesn't mean you shouldn't make sacrifices or compromises, which are normal in any healthy relationship. However, sacrificing your core values is different. It's a betrayal of your true self. Honor your values and seek relationships that respect and align with them. This commitment to integrity and virtue is the path to a fulfilling life, according to Stoic wisdom. Number 13, lack of respect. Respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. Without it, trust, love, and genuine understanding cannot flourish. Imagine being in a relationship where you are constantly disrespected, your dignity undermined. This is not just about feeling undervalued, but recognizing that a fundamental aspect of your humanity is being disregarded. The Stoics placed immense emphasis on self-respect and the respect we owe to others. They believed that every individual possesses inherent worth and dignity. A relationship lacking mutual respect is a clear red flag. It's like trying to build a house on sand. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether you are being treated with the dignity you deserve. If not, it's time for a serious reassessment. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting someone out of your life with cold precision, but recognizing your own value and making decisions that reflect that. Set clearer boundaries, have honest conversations about your feelings, or if necessary, move on. Respecting yourself and insisting on being treated with respect is not selfish or demanding. It's a reflection of the self-worth that the Stoics believed each of us should cultivate. Prioritize relationships that honor your dignity and values. Number 14, negative emotions. Constant feelings of jealousy, anger, or negativity in a relationship are clear indicators that it is not conducive to your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to focus on maintaining emotional equilibrium and to recognize toxic dynamics. Imagine a relationship filled with constant negativity, dragging you into emotional turmoil. Marcus Aurelius advised that we control our reactions to emotions, not the emotions themselves. If jealousy or anger arises because of someone's actions, it's essential to reflect on these feelings and their root causes. A relationship that consistently evokes negative emotions is like a storm, constantly disrupting your inner peace. This is not the foundation of a healthy, supportive connection. It's crucial to address these issues through open, honest communication and self-reflection. If the negativity persists despite your best efforts, it's a sign that the relationship may be inherently toxic. Remember, Stoicism teaches us to prioritize our emotional well-being and to surround ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us. Seek relationships that contribute positively to your life, fostering peace and emotional stability. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principle of maintaining balance and serenity in your inner world. Number 15, constant drama. A relationship that feels more like a constant storm than a sanctuary is a clear signal that something is amiss. Stoicism places immense value on tranquility and inner peace, teaching us to cultivate a state of calm that remains undisturbed by external chaos. Imagine being in a relationship where drama and conflict are the norms rather than the exceptions. This ongoing turmoil can be emotionally exhausting and mentally draining, disrupting your peace and well-being. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner equanimity, suggesting that we should distance ourselves from sources of unnecessary disturbance. Constant drama in a relationship undermines your ability to live a life of virtue and tranquility. It's not just about the occasional argument, but about a pervasive pattern that leaves you feeling unsettled and stressed. The Stoics would advise taking a step back and evaluating the impact of this relationship on your mental and emotional health. It's essential to communicate your need for peace and set boundaries to protect your tranquility. If the drama continues despite your efforts, it may be time to consider moving on. Prioritize relationships that offer stability and support rather than chaos and conflict. By doing so, you align yourself with Stoic principles, fostering an environment where you can thrive and maintain your inner calm. Remember, your peace of mind is invaluable, and protecting it is a reflection of your commitment to living a life guided by wisdom and serenity. Reflecting on our relationships through the lens of Stoic wisdom empowers us to make decisions that align with our highest virtues and well-being. Ending a relationship, especially one with close friends or family, is never easy, but sometimes it is necessary for our personal growth and peace. Remember, it's not about cutting ties with cold indifference, but about creating a life filled with meaningful connections that uplift and inspire us. As we part ways today, I hope the insights shared have sparked a deeper understanding of how to navigate your relationships with wisdom and courage. If this video has resonated with you, I invite you to join our journey of exploration and growth. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who might benefit from these Stoic principles. Let's continue to cultivate lives of profound meaning and joy together. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Stay wise and keep striving for that inner tranquility. Have you ever wondered how some people stay calm in the eye of the storm, while the rest of us can barely stand up in a breeze? Today, we're diving into the secret world of Stoic women, silent warriors of serenity, and discovering how they turn storms into gentle breezes. This isn't just another video, it's a key that can unlock a strength within you that you didn't even know existed. Imagine a woman who faces life's fiercest challenges with unwavering calmness, whose presence alone can turn chaos into order. These are the Stoic women, figures who break with conventional expectations and invite us to dive into an ocean of ancient wisdom. They are beacons in the storm, remaining firm, controlled and serene, even when life's waves try to knock them down. In this journey, we'll uncover the virtues that make these women so fascinating and admirable. From self-confidence and direct communication to adaptability and compassion, each virtue we explore is a vital tool for navigating the tumultuous seas of everyday life. We'll delve into vivid examples that illustrate how these qualities manifest in real-world scenarios, offering you insights that can transform your own life. So are you ready to embark on this adventure of self-discovery and exploration? Let's unravel the secrets of these extraordinary women, understand how they apply Stoic teachings in their lives, and perhaps find inspiration to tread our own path with more wisdom, resilience, and independence. 1. Enigmatic nature, a mysterious aura that invites deeper understanding. Stoic women possess an enigmatic nature that captures attention and curiosity. Their presence exudes a calm strength, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to shout for recognition. Picture a serene lake at dawn. Its surface is still, reflecting the sky's colors. Yet beneath the calm water lies a world of depth and activity. Similarly, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura invites others to look closer, to seek understanding beyond the obvious. Take, for instance, a woman named Emma. At work, she remains composed and focused, even during high-pressure meetings. She listens more than she speaks, and when she does contribute, her words are thoughtful and impactful. Her colleagues often find themselves pondering her insights long after the meeting has ended. Emma's calm demeanor and measured responses make her an intriguing figure. People are drawn to her not because she demands attention, but because she naturally commands it. This enigmatic quality is not about being aloof or distant. It's about cultivating a presence that encourages others to engage more deeply. Emma's co-workers feel a sense of peace and clarity when working with her, even when tackling complex projects. Her ability to remain steady and introspective amidst chaos creates a stabilizing force in her team. Furthermore, Emma's enigmatic nature fosters an environment where meaningful connections can flourish. Her colleagues feel comfortable approaching her for advice, knowing she will listen without judgment and offer thoughtful guidance. This creates a culture of trust and mutual respect, where people are encouraged to be their authentic selves. In essence, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura is a powerful tool that not only sets her apart, but also invites those around her to explore their own depths, leading to richer and more profound interactions. 2. Inner peace and mindfulness, maintaining calm and centered state. Stoic women practice mindfulness and cultivate inner peace by focusing on the present moment and letting go of things outside their control. Imagine Sarah, who, despite juggling a demanding job and family responsibilities, remains calm and composed. Every morning she spends a few minutes in meditation, grounding herself in the present. This practice allows her to approach each day with clarity and serenity. During a particularly stressful workday, when deadlines loom and pressure mounts, Sarah maintains her composure. Her colleagues, frazzled and anxious, notice her calm demeanor and are inspired to take a step back and breathe. Sarah's ability to stay centered amidst chaos becomes a beacon of tranquility, illustrating how mindfulness can transform stress into manageable tasks. 3. Natural leadership, leading by example. Stoic women lead by example, inspiring others through their integrity and strength. Consider Maria, a project manager known for her unwavering ethical standards. She consistently delivers results and treats her team with respect and fairness. Her leadership style is not about exerting power, but about fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Maria's team flourishes under her guidance. When faced with a challenging project, her calm and rational approach helps the team navigate obstacles with confidence. Her ability to remain level-headed and decisive, even under pressure, instills trust and loyalty. Maria's leadership proves that true influence comes from example, not authority. 4. Self-confidence, an inner compass. A Stoic woman's self-confidence is rooted in deep self-knowledge and acceptance. Take Anna, who, despite facing numerous rejections in her career as a writer, remains confident in her abilities. She understands her worth and is not swayed by external opinions. Anna's self-assurance stems from her dedication to honing her craft and her belief in her unique voice. When Anna finally publishes her book, it receives critical acclaim. Her journey illustrates the self-confidence, when anchored in genuine self-awareness, becomes an unshakable foundation that guides one through life's uncertainties. 5. Non-judgmental approach, listening and understanding. Stoic women listen and understand without haste, making them valued confidants. Imagine Lydia, who is often sought out by friends and colleagues for her ability to listen without rushing to judgment. When a friend confides in her about a personal dilemma, Lydia listens attentively, offering empathy and thoughtful advice without imposing her own opinions. This non-judgmental approach creates a safe space for others to share their thoughts and feelings. Lydia's friends appreciate her ability to understand complex situations without jumping to conclusions, fostering deeper and more meaningful relationships. 6. Strength in adversity, accepting and growing. Stoic women accept and grow from struggles, demonstrating resilience. Think of Emily, who faces a significant personal setback when her business fails. Instead of succumbing to despair, she views the failure as a learning opportunity. Emily analyzes what went wrong, learns from her mistakes, and starts anew with greater wisdom and determination. Her resilience becomes a source of inspiration for others facing similar challenges. Emily's story highlights that strength is not about avoiding difficulties, but about embracing them and emerging stronger. 7. Compassion and empathy, balancing emotional strength. Stoic women balance emotional strength with a deep sense of compassion and empathy. Consider Jane, a nurse who works long hours in a busy hospital. Despite the emotional toll of her job, she approaches each patient with genuine compassion. Jane's empathy allows her to connect deeply with those she cares for, offering comfort and support. Her ability to balance her own emotional well-being with the needs of her patients exemplifies the profound impact of compassion in caregiving. Jane's empathy not only aids her patient's recovery, but also enriches her own life with purpose and fulfillment. 8. Aversion to gossip, building community. Stoic women choose words that build rather than destroy, strengthening community bonds. Take Rachel, who refrains from participating in workplace gossip. When colleagues start discussing a contentious rumor, Rachel skillfully redirects the conversation to more positive and productive topics. Her refusal to engage in gossip fosters a more respectful and supportive work environment. Rachel's actions demonstrate that integrity in communication can build stronger, more cohesive communities. 9. Adaptability, adjusting to changes. Stoic women have the ability to adjust to changes and find new paths in times of turbulence. Imagine Lucy, who faces an unexpected career change when her company downsizes. Instead of panicking, Lucy embraces the change, as an opportunity to explore new interests and skills. She takes up online courses and eventually transitions into a new field that she finds fulfilling. Lucy's adaptability illustrates that true strength lies not in rigidity, but in the ability to flow with life's changes and find new opportunities in the face of adversity. 10. Direct communication, clarity, and purpose. Stoic women communicate with clarity and purpose, fostering genuine and effective interactions. Consider Megan, who in meetings speaks directly and thoughtfully, ensuring her points are clear and concise. Her colleagues appreciate her straightforwardness, which eliminates misunderstandings and promotes efficiency. Megan's direct communication style builds trust and respect, as her team knows they can rely on her to be honest and transparent. This approach not only enhances teamwork, but also drives progress and innovation. As we wrap up our exploration of Stoic women, their unique virtues stand out as powerful tools for navigating life's challenges. These women, from their enigmatic aura to their unwavering resilience, offer lessons that can profoundly transform our lives. Mindfulness and inner peace help us stay calm amidst chaos. Natural leadership inspires and uplifts without exerting power. Self-confidence shows the value of deep self-awareness and acceptance. A non-judgmental approach fosters deeper connections, while resilience in adversity teaches us to grow from setbacks. Compassion and empathy highlight the importance of caring for others while maintaining emotional strength. An aversion to gossip strengthens community bonds, and adaptability helps navigate life's changes gracefully. Direct communication fosters trust and efficiency, while the balance of emotion and reason reminds us that feeling deeply and thinking clearly are complementary. By integrating these Stoic principles into our lives, we too can face life's storms with wisdom, strength, and grace. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found this exploration valuable, please subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's continue to grow and become a little more stoic each day.
Have you ever heard a phrase so cutting it made you question your entire relationship? Statements like, "You're too sensitive," or "I can do better than you," aren't just hurtful. They're signs of something much deeper and far more dangerous. If she says any of these 10 things, it's not just a red flag. It's a signal to leave for your own good. Imagine staying in a relationship where your worth is constantly questioned, your feelings dismissed, or your love manipulated. These aren't minor issues. They're major warning signs of emotional imbalance that could cost you your peace, your confidence, and even your future happiness. You might think, is it really that bad? Or can't things change? But the harsh truth is, these behaviors often escalate, leaving you stuck in a cycle of self-doubt and regret. In this video, we'll break down 10 toxic phrases rooted in disrespect and manipulation. Using Stoic wisdom, we'll reveal why these statements are not just hurtful, but detrimental to your well-being, and how walking away is an act of self-respect and courage. Stick around, because by the end, you'll have the tools to protect your peace, guard your worth, and approach relationships with the wisdom of the Stoics. Now, let's dive into the first phrase you should never tolerate. 1. I'm too good for you. When someone tells you, "I'm too good for you," it's more about their mindset than your worth. A Stoic perspective teaches us that external validation, or the lack thereof, should never determine our sense of self. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Hearing such a statement can be a blow to the ego, But ego is not your ally in such moments. Instead of reacting defensively or pleading for their validation, take a step back and assess the situation with clarity. What kind of person feels the need to assert superiority in a relationship? A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect and equality, not on one person belittling the other to inflate their own self-worth. This phrase is a red flag because it highlights a lack of humility and gratitude, both key virtues in Stoicism. It's not your role to prove your worth to someone who doesn't recognize it. As Seneca wisely stated, "A man is as miserable as he thinks he is." If their happiness hinges on feeling superior, they are already trapped in their own misery. For your own good, practice the art of detachment. Detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means understanding what is within your control, your actions, thoughts, and values, and letting go of what isn't, like someone else's opinion of you. By walking away from someone who demeans you, you protect your peace and pave the way for healthier, more uplifting relationships. Remember, you don't need someone to validate your worth. True strength lies in knowing your value, regardless of others' judgments. This is the essence of living a Stoic life, calm, resilient, and grounded in self-respect. 2. You need to change. When someone demands that you need to change, Stoicism teaches us to pause and reflect. Change is not inherently bad. In fact, growth often requires it. But the demand should align with your own values, not someone else's preferences. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." The issue with this statement is its tone of control. A healthy relationship is about mutual growth and acceptance, not one partner dictating how the other should be. If someone wants you to change in ways that compromise your integrity or values, it's a sign that they are projecting their own dissatisfaction onto you. True change comes from within and is motivated by personal goals, not external pressure. Instead of reacting emotionally to this demand, consider whether the change they suggest aligns with your principles. For instance, if they want you to be healthier or more disciplined, that could be a positive nudge. However, if they want you to abandon your hobbies, friendships, or beliefs to fit their ideal, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. A Stoic would recognize that while we can adapt and grow, we should never betray our authentic selves to please others. Seneca wisely observed, "You must live for yourself, not for other people." If their vision of you conflicts with who you are at your core, then their expectations are not your burden to carry. Ultimately, the question is not whether you should change, but why and for whom. Walk away from relationships that demand change for the wrong reasons. Stay true to your own values and let your growth be guided by your own wisdom and aspirations. 3. It's just a joke. When someone dismisses your feelings by saying, "It's just a joke," they minimize your experience. Stoicism emphasizes emotional resilience, but it also teaches that relationships should foster mutual respect. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." A good partner doesn't dismiss your emotions. They acknowledge and validate them. A joke should bring laughter, not discomfort. If you express that something hurt you and their response is to downplay it, it reveals a lack of empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of meaningful relationships, and its absence is a sign of deeper incompatibility. A Stoic would see this moment as an opportunity to practice apatheia, freedom from destructive emotions. by calmly addressing the situation without being overwhelmed by anger or frustration. Approach the conversation with clarity. Explain why their words impacted you. If they respond with defensiveness or mockery, it's a clear signal that they lack the maturity to handle conflict constructively. A healthy partner seeks to understand and grow, not dismiss or deflect. Remember, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. Seneca advised, associate with people who are likely to improve you. If their humor consistently comes at your expense, they are not improving your life, they are eroding your confidence. In such cases, walking away preserves your dignity and peace of mind. Life is too short to stay in relationships where your feelings are belittled. Seek partnerships where humor is a source of joy and bonding, not a tool for harm or manipulation. 4. I don't trust you. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. When someone says, I don't trust you, it signals a serious issue that must be addressed. Stoic wisdom teaches us to examine the root cause of conflict without taking it personally. As Marcus Aurelius advised, if someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth. Begin by calmly asking why they feel this way. Is their mistrust based on a misunderstanding, past experiences, or your actions? If you've made a mistake, own it and take steps to rebuild trust. However, if their mistrust stems from insecurity or past trauma that they project onto you, understand that their burden is not yours to carry. A Stoic recognizes that we cannot control others' perceptions. What we can control is our honesty and integrity. If you have acted with honor and your partner still cannot trust you, it may be a sign that they are not ready for a healthy relationship. Epictetus reminds us, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. If they are unwilling to trust despite your efforts, further discussion may be futile. Ultimately, a relationship without trust becomes a source of constant tension and self-doubt. While you can empathize with their struggles, you must also prioritize your peace. If trust cannot be restored, walking away is an act of self-respect. Let go of what you cannot control and focus on maintaining your own virtues. Trustworthy people attract trustworthy partners, and in time, you'll find someone who values the bond you offer. 5. You should be grateful, I'm with you. When someone says, you should be grateful, I'm with you, they are framing the relationship as a one-sided favor rather than a mutual bond. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and not allow others to manipulate us through such statements. As Epictetus wisely put it, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. You don't need someone else's permission to feel worthy. Gratitude is a virtue, but it should be mutual, not demanded. A healthy relationship is built on shared respect, not on one person's belief that they are doing the other a favor. This kind of statement is often a subtle form of control, aimed at making you feel lesser so you won't question their behavior or the relationship itself. Instead of internalizing their words, ask yourself whether this person truly appreciates you. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you allow such belittling statements to take root in your mind, they can erode your confidence over time. A Stoic would detach from such negativity, understanding that self-worth comes from living virtuously, not from someone else's approval. Gratitude should flow both ways. If someone cannot appreciate you as an equal, it's time to walk away. Respect yourself enough to seek a relationship where both partners feel fortunate to have one another. By leaving such a dynamic, You preserve your dignity and create space for a healthier connection. 6. I don't need a man. While independence is commendable, when someone uses this phrase to undermine the relationship, it reflects an unwillingness to embrace mutual interdependence. Stoicism teaches us that human beings are social creatures who thrive through collaboration. As Marcus Aurelius stated, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings no benefit to the bee." The issue with this phrase isn't independence. It's the dismissive tone that devalues the partnership. A Stoic approach would first seek to understand, is this a statement of genuine independence or a tactic to diminish your role in the relationship? If it's the latter, it may indicate deeper issues of resentment or ego that cannot sustain a healthy bond. Interdependence doesn't mean dependency. It means recognizing that a relationship is stronger when both partners support one another's growth. If someone views the partnership as unnecessary or unimportant, they may lack the emotional investment required to build a lasting connection. Remember Epictetus's advice: make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. You cannot control someone else's values or beliefs, but you can control how you respond. If their perspective undermines the relationship's foundation, walking away is an act of wisdom. A fulfilling partnership requires mutual effort and respect. If they don't value what you bring to the table, seek a connection where your contributions are appreciated and reciprocated. 7. My friends are more important. While friendships are vital, a partner who consistently prioritizes friends over the relationship is sending a clear message about where you stand. Stoicism reminds us to evaluate what is within our control and what aligns with our values. Seneca said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." A partner who marginalizes you for their friends may not be contributing to your growth or well-being. There's a fine balance between maintaining friendships and nurturing a relationship. However, if they habitually put their friends' needs ahead of the partnership, it shows a lack of commitment. A Stoic would not beg for attention, but would instead reflect on whether the relationship aligns with their principles of mutual respect and shared priorities. Approach the situation calmly. Express your feelings without anger or blame, as Stoicism advocates rational discourse over emotional outbursts. If they are unwilling to acknowledge your concerns or make an effort to balance their priorities, it may be time to reconsider the relationship. A relationship should feel like a partnership, not a competition. If you are consistently placed second, it's a sign that they are not ready for the depth of connection you deserve. By leaving, you honor your own values and make space for a partner who is equally invested. 8. If you loved me, you would. This statement is a form of emotional manipulation, pressuring you to act against your will or values under the guise of love. Stoic philosophy teaches us to guard our autonomy and live according to reason, not external pressures. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone uses your love as leverage, it suggests an imbalance in the relationship. Love should inspire freedom and mutual growth, not coercion. This phrase often implies that your love is conditional on meeting their demands, which is contrary to the Stoic ideal of relationships based on virtue and respect. Reflect on whether their request aligns with your principles. If it's a reasonable ask that strengthens the relationship, you can act on it willingly. However, if it requires compromising your integrity or values, a Stoic would calmly but firmly refuse. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. You can empathize with their desires without succumbing to manipulation. True love doesn't demand, "If you loved me, you would." Instead, it encourages, "Because we love each other, we grow together." If this dynamic is absent, leaving is an act of self-respect. Detach from manipulation and seek a partnership that nurtures your autonomy and values. 9. You're too sensitive. When someone dismisses your feelings as oversensitivity, they undermine your emotional experience and invalidate your perspective. Stoicism encourages emotional resilience, but it also emphasizes the importance of reasoned understanding. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill like a soldier at the wall. Dismissing feelings is not constructive, understanding them is. The phrase, "you're too sensitive," often reflects the speaker's inability or unwillingness to take responsibility for their actions. A Stoic response would focus on clarity. Are you genuinely overreacting, or is the other person deflecting accountability? If your concerns are reasonable, their dismissal signals a lack of empathy. A healthy relationship fosters emotional safety, where both partners can express their feelings without fear of ridicule or rejection. If someone consistently invalidates you, they are not contributing to your growth. Seneca stated, "Treat your inferiors as you would be treated by your superiors." This applies in relationships too. Respect is a non-negotiable. If their behavior persists, consider whether the relationship aligns with your principles of mutual respect and understanding. By choosing to walk away, you prioritize your emotional well-being and open yourself to connections where your feelings are valued. 10. I'm not over my ex. This phrase is a clear indication that they are emotionally unavailable. Stoic wisdom teaches us to let go of what is outside our control and to focus on living in the present. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not let the past disturb you. Leave it in the hands of the past." If someone is stuck in their past, they are not ready to build a future with you. Remaining in a relationship where one partner is emotionally tethered to someone else can lead to frustration, insecurity, and stagnation. A Stoic would recognize that while you may feel compassion for their struggles, their emotional baggage is not yours to carry. Your time and energy are precious resources that should not be spent on someone who cannot fully commit. Have an honest conversation to understand their emotional state. If they are making genuine efforts to move forward and you see progress, you might consider giving the relationship time. However, if they remain fixated on their ex, it's best to walk away. As Epictetus said, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Demonstrate self-respect by choosing a partner who is fully present and emotionally available. Leaving may feel difficult, but it is an act of wisdom and self-love. You deserve a partner who is as committed to the relationship as you are, unburdened by past attachments. 11. You don't make enough money. When someone says you don't make enough money, they're reducing your value to a financial metric. Stoicism teaches us that our worth is determined by our character and virtues, not by external measures like wealth. Seneca reminds us, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. This statement reflects a materialistic mindset that often leads to dissatisfaction. If your partner evaluates your worth based on income alone, it indicates they may lack the depth to appreciate the intangible qualities that truly matter in a relationship. Kindness, integrity, loyalty, and love. A Stoic response is not to lash out, but to reflect calmly. Are their concerns rooted in genuine financial struggles affecting the relationship, or are they simply revealing misplaced priorities? If it's the latter, understand that you cannot control their values, but can control your response. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Do not let their words diminish your self-esteem. A relationship should focus on building a life together, not on transactional measures of worth. If they cannot see beyond your income to the person you are, walking away is an act of preserving your dignity. Seek a partner who values you for who you are, not for what you earn. 12. You're overreacting. When someone dismisses your emotions by saying you're overreacting, it invalidates your feelings and undermines the importance of clear communication. Stoicism teaches us to manage our emotions, but it also emphasizes the value of understanding and empathy in relationships. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." If someone consistently disregards your feelings, it reflects a lack of tolerance. Evaluate the situation rationally. Are you truly overreacting, or are they deflecting responsibility for their behavior? A Stoic approach involves calmly stating your perspective and observing their reaction. If they continue to belittle your feelings rather than engage in a constructive dialogue, it indicates a lack of emotional maturity. Healthy relationships require emotional safety. Seneca taught, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." If your partner is unwilling to be kind and understanding when you are vulnerable, it's a sign that they may not value the relationship as they should. Walking away from someone who constantly invalidates you is an act of self-respect. Seek relationships where emotional expression is met with compassion and constructive dialogue, not dismissal or ridicule. 13. I can do better than you. This statement is both disrespectful and revealing of their mindset. Stoicism teaches us to avoid comparison and focus on living virtuously. Marcus Aurelius said, "Never esteem anything as of advantage to you that will make you break your word or lose your self-respect." Someone who believes they can do better is prioritizing superficial standards over the deeper values that sustain a meaningful relationship. This phrase often reflects their own insecurities, projected outward. A partner who truly values you wouldn't feel the need to compare you to imaginary alternatives. Instead, they would appreciate your unique qualities and the bond you share. A Stoic would not react emotionally to such a statement, but would instead assess the situation calmly. Does their behavior consistently show a lack of respect or gratitude? If so, it's time to walk away. Epictetus reminds us, "The key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best." Leaving a partner who demeans you is not an act of weakness but of strength. It shows that you value yourself and will not settle for less than a relationship built on mutual respect and admiration. 14. I'm not ready for a relationship. When someone says, "I'm not ready for a relationship," believe them. Stoicism teaches us to accept reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have to assemble your life yourself, action by action." If they are not ready, no amount of effort on your part can change their state of mind. This statement is not inherently wrong, but it signals a fundamental mismatch in timing and priorities. A Stoic would recognize that forcing a relationship with someone who is unprepared is futile. Instead, focus on your own growth and fulfillment. Seneca advised, "Throw aside all hindrances and give up your time to attaining a sound mind." If their hesitation creates uncertainty and emotional distress for you, it's better to let go and invest in your own well-being. A relationship requires both partners to be equally committed and ready to build together. By walking away, you free yourself to find someone who is aligned with your readiness and values. Trust the process and understand that every ending creates space for a new beginning. 15. You should be more like my friend's boyfriend. Comparing you to others, especially in a romantic relationship, is both unfair and harmful. Stoicism teaches us to avoid envy and comparison, focusing instead on our own journey and virtues. Epictetus said, "Make the best of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." This statement undermines individuality and fails to appreciate the unique qualities you bring to the relationship. A partner who makes such comparisons lacks gratitude and may be chasing an unrealistic ideal rather than valuing the reality of your bond. A Stoic response is to calmly address the issue. Explain how such comparisons are unhelpful and hurtful. If they persist in this behavior, it reflects a deeper lack of respect and contentment. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears. Do not internalize their dissatisfaction as a reflection of your worth." A healthy relationship celebrates each person's unique traits rather than measuring them against others. If they cannot appreciate you for who you are, it's time to walk away and seek a partnership rooted in mutual respect and admiration. You deserve someone who values you as you are, not as a comparison. In relationships, words are powerful. They can build bonds or destroy them. If you've heard any of these 15 phrases, remember, walking away isn't giving up. It's choosing your peace, self-respect, and future happiness. Stoicism teaches us to value what we can control, our actions, our values, and how we respond to challenges. And sometimes, the wisest response is to leave a situation that no longer aligns with your worth. If this video resonated with you, make sure to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating life with wisdom and strength. Also, I'd love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you experienced any of these phrases before? How did you handle them? Let's learn and grow together. Thanks for watching, and remember, the best relationships uplift you. They never diminish you. Stay strong, and I'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever found yourself brimming with ideas and ambitions, only to see them fizzle out after a few weeks? Do you often start projects with enthusiasm, but struggle to maintain the momentum needed to see them through? If so, you're not alone. Many people grapple with the challenge of consistency, knowing deep down that they have more to give, more to achieve, and more to experience in this life, but feeling unable to sustain the actions required to reach their full potential. Consistency is the secret ingredient that transforms fleeting efforts into enduring success. It's not about grand gestures or bursts of intense activity, but about the steady, disciplined actions taken day in and day out. In the words of Jim Rohn, success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. This seemingly simple yet profoundly powerful truth is what separates those who merely dream from those who achieve. In this guide, we will explore the essence of consistency and how you can cultivate it in your life. By delving into 3 foundational principles, clarifying your why, accountability, and intentional action, you'll discover the tools and mindset needed to build a life of unwavering discipline and remarkable achievements. This journey is not just about accomplishing goals. It's about transforming your approach to life, embracing a Stoic philosophy that emphasizes resilience, purpose, and relentless commitment. Prepare to unlock the potential within you, to harness the power of consistency, and to achieve the kind of lasting success that most people only ever dream of. Let's embark on this journey together, starting with the first crucial step: clarifying your why. Number 1, clarify your why. To embark on any meaningful journey, you must first understand the deeper reason behind your actions. This is not just about setting goals, it's about uncovering the core purpose that drives you, the why that ignites your passion and keeps you resilient in the face of adversity. When you have a profound reason guiding your actions, you are equipped with an anchor, a steadying force that ensures you remain focused and motivated, no matter how turbulent the waters of life may become. In the philosophy of Stoicism, clarity of purpose is paramount. The ancient Stoics believed that to live a fulfilling life, one must act in harmony with their values and principles. This alignment between your actions and your core beliefs forms the bedrock of true consistency. Ask yourself, what is it that you deeply desire? What values do you hold most sacred? What vision do you have for your life, not just in terms of achievements, but in the way you live and the impact you leave behind? Your why should be a beacon that guides you through the darkest times. Consider the journey of Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher who faced countless challenges during his reign. Despite the immense pressures and adversities, he remained steadfast, driven by a profound sense of duty to his people and a commitment to his philosophical principles. His why was not merely to rule, but to serve as a just and virtuous leader, to live in accordance with the Stoic values of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. In your own life, finding this level of clarity requires introspection and honesty. Reflect deeply on what truly matters to you. Is it the well-being of your family, the pursuit of knowledge, the desire to contribute to your community or make a difference in the world? Your why should resonate with your innermost values and passions, creating a compelling vision that inspires you to persist even when faced with obstacles. Once you have identified your why, let it permeate every aspect of your life. Use it as a touchstone when making decisions, a source of strength when encountering difficulties, and a guiding principle for your daily actions. When your efforts are aligned with this deeper purpose, consistency becomes not just a discipline, but a natural expression of your commitment to your values. Remember, the journey to consistency is not about perfection, but about persistent effort. There will be days when motivation wanes and distractions abound. During these times, return to your why. Let it remind you of the bigger picture, the overarching narrative of your life story. In the words of Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, if a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Your why is that port, a clear destination that ensures you navigate life's challenges with purpose and determination. In conclusion, to cultivate true consistency, you must first clarify your why. This deep, compelling reason will sustain you through challenges, providing the motivation and alignment needed to persist in your efforts. Let your why be the foundation upon which you build your daily actions, ensuring that every step you take is in harmony with your core values and ultimate vision. Number 2, accountability. Once you have clarified your why, the next critical step is to establish a robust system of accountability. In the pursuit of consistency, accountability serves as a crucial mechanism to keep you on track, ensuring that your actions align with your goals and values. By involving others in your journey, you create a support network that not only motivates you, but also holds you responsible for your commitments. Accountability is a principle deeply rooted in Stoicism. The Stoics understood the importance of community and mutual support in maintaining personal discipline. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the influence of his mentors, peers, and the people around him. He acknowledged that while self-discipline is vital, the guidance and encouragement of others can significantly enhance one's ability to remain consistent. To build a system of accountability, start by identifying individuals who can support you in your journey. These could be mentors, coaches, trusted friends, or family members who understand your goals and values. The key is to choose people who will challenge you to stay true to your commitments, offer constructive feedback, and celebrate your successes. These accountability partners should be people who believe in your potential and are willing to invest their time and energy in your growth. In practical terms, setting up regular check-ins with your accountability partners can be immensely beneficial. These sessions can serve as a platform for you to discuss your progress, share challenges, and receive guidance. The mere knowledge that someone else is keeping track of your efforts can be a powerful motivator, compelling you to maintain your discipline and follow through on your plans. Moreover, accountability can extend beyond personal relationships to include formal structures. Joining a group or community that shares similar goals can provide additional layers of support and motivation. Whether it's a professional association, a mastermind group, or an online community, being part of a collective effort can inspire you to stay consistent and committed. One of the significant benefits of accountability is that it helps counteract the human tendency to procrastinate or make excuses. When left to our own devices, it's easy to rationalize why we didn't stick to our plans. However, when we know that we have to report our actions to someone else, we are more likely to push through resistance and uphold our commitments. This external pressure can be a powerful antidote to the internal inertia that often hinders progress. In the Stoic tradition, the concept of accountability also involves self-reflection and personal honesty. Keeping a journal where you record your daily actions, reflect on your progress, and evaluate your adherence to your goals can serve as a personal accountability tool. This practice allows you to take an objective look at your efforts, identify areas for improvement, and reinforce your commitment to consistency. In summary, accountability is a fundamental pillar of consistency. By surrounding yourself with supportive individuals and creating formal structures for regular check-ins, you reinforce your commitment to your goals. This network of accountability partners helps you stay motivated, provides valuable feedback, and ensures that you remain on track. Remember, as the Stoics taught, we are stronger together, and through mutual support and accountability, we can achieve remarkable consistency and success. Number 3, intentional action. With your why clearly defined and a solid accountability system in place, the final piece of the puzzle is to take intentional action. Consistency is not merely a theoretical concept. It is manifested through deliberate, purposeful actions repeated over time. This is where the practical application of your plans takes shape, transforming your goals into tangible outcomes. Intentional action requires you to establish a structured daily routine that supports your objectives. This involves setting specific, manageable tasks that align with your broader goals and breaking them down into actionable steps. The Stoics believed in the power of daily practices and routines to cultivate virtue and excellence. By embedding consistency into your daily life, you create a framework that ensures continuous progress, regardless of external circumstances. Start by identifying the key activities that directly contribute to your goals. These activities should be prioritized in your daily schedule, receiving the attention and focus they deserve. For instance, if your goal is to improve your physical health, dedicate time each day for exercise, meal planning, and rest. If your aim is professional development, allocate periods for learning, networking, and skill building. The specificity of your actions is crucial. Vague intentions rarely translate into consistent behaviors. To enhance the effectiveness of your daily routine, leverage the power of habits. Habits are automatic behaviors that, once established, require minimal conscious effort to maintain. By transforming your intentional actions into habits, you reduce the mental load associated with decision-making and increase the likelihood of sustained effort. The Stoics, too, emphasize the importance of habituation in their teachings, advocating for the cultivation of positive habits that reinforce virtue and resilience. A practical approach to habit formation involves starting small and gradually building up. Begin with manageable actions that are easy to integrate into your daily routine. For example, if you aim to write every day, start with just 5 minutes of writing each morning. As this habit becomes ingrained, incrementally increase the duration and complexity of the task. This method ensures that the new behavior is sustainable and less likely to be abandoned due to overwhelm. Another effective strategy is habit stacking, where you pair a new habit with an existing one. This technique leverages the power of your current routines to introduce new behaviors seamlessly. For instance, if you already have a habit of drinking coffee every morning, you could use this time to also review your goals for the day or engage in a brief meditation session. By linking new actions to established routines, you create a supportive environment for consistency. In addition to habits, maintaining flexibility in your approach is essential. Life is unpredictable, and rigid plans can easily be derailed by unforeseen events. A Stoic mindset involves accepting the variability of life and adapting your actions accordingly. If a particular task cannot be completed as planned, find alternative ways to stay on course. This adaptability ensures that temporary setbacks do not lead to a complete abandonment of your goals. To reinforce your intentional actions, regularly review and adjust your routines. Reflect on what is working well and identify areas for improvement. This ongoing evaluation allows you to fine-tune your approach, ensuring that your actions remain aligned with your goals and values. The Stoics practice daily self-examination, a process of reflecting on their actions and intentions to cultivate wisdom and virtue. Incorporate this practice into your routine to maintain a clear focus on your path to consistency. In conclusion, intentional action is the practical embodiment of consistency. By establishing structured routines, cultivating positive habits, and maintaining flexibility, you create a sustainable framework for achieving your goals. This deliberate approach, rooted in Stoic principles, ensures that your efforts are focused, purposeful, and resilient in the face of challenges. Embrace intentional action as a cornerstone of your journey towards consistency, and watch as your disciplined efforts transform your aspirations into reality. As we draw this journey to a close, I invite you to reflect deeply on the path ahead. Consistency is not just a practice, it is a commitment to yourself, a vow to honor your deepest values and aspirations every single day. It's about forging a bond with your future self, a promise to strive relentlessly, to show up and to push through, no matter the obstacles that come your way. Imagine the life you could create with unwavering consistency. Picture the goals you would achieve, the growth you would experience, and the impact you could have. See yourself not as someone who merely dreams, but as someone who acts, who perseveres, who makes things happen. This is the power of consistency. It transforms potential into reality and dreams into accomplishments. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Clarify your why. Surround yourself with a circle of accountability and take intentional, disciplined actions every day. Let these principles guide you, and let your commitment to consistency be the cornerstone of your success. In the Stoic tradition, we find wisdom in the face of adversity, strength in the pursuit of virtue, and serenity in the acceptance of life's challenges. Embrace these teachings as you navigate your path. Know that every step you take, no matter how small, is a testament to your resilience and determination. So, as you move forward, carry with you the words of Seneca. It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult. Dare to be consistent. Dare to commit fully to your goals and dreams. Dare to live a life of purpose, passion, and profound fulfillment. Thank you for embarking on this journey. May your path be illuminated with clarity, fortified with discipline, and enriched with the unwavering pursuit of your true potential. The future is yours for the taking. Seize it with all your heart, and let your consistency be the force that propels you to greatness.